I'd like to call the meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we're meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we're committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Today, as we pause for a moment of silence, let us reflect and honor the brave individuals who have served and continue to serve for our freedom, especially those in our Garrison Petawawa community. Please stand.
Our home and native land, a true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated, everyone. With John in the audience, it forced me into a much lower key than I'm normally speaking or singing, so thank you, John. Madam Clerk, could you lead us in roll call, please?
Good morning, and yes, I can. Councillor Doncaster,
Here.
Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Warden Nemo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills, Councillor Hoddenot,
Present.
Councillor Yon, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Here.
Councillor Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson,
Here virtually.
Councillor Proctor,
Here.
Councillor Richie Schoenfeld, Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
Yotiam Jiso.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
And we have quorum, thank you.
Thank you. And if I would have been really clever, I would have read ahead in my notes to myself. I would like to welcome Councillor Janet Reike-Schoenfeld as North Algonquin Wilberforce's councillor representative, while Councillor James Brose is on medical leave. We, of course, some of us have been speaking to James, and we certainly wish Councillor Brose a relaxing recovery. And if I might, Janet and I have known each other for a long time, and I think we had a conversation this morning, but she will bring value to the chambers and will take value from the chambers. So I encourage all of you to support her and engage her in conversation. You'll find her quite interesting. Are there, no pressure, Janet. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. Before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge a correction regarding the bylaw numbers referenced at our last meeting. Councillor Donahue correctly pointed out that some of the bylaw numbers may not have been read into the record correctly. and I apologize to council for that. These have since been revised and amended, and the minutes now reflect the accurate numbering. So again, thank you to Councillor Donahue for your attention to detail and for helping us to ensure the record is correct for our public and the future generations. So with that, the minutes of County Council meeting of October 8, 2025 be adopted. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by the member from Killaloe Richards, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you, Council. And the next resolution is that the closed minutes of the County Council meeting of October 8, 2025 be adopted, recognizing they remain confidential. Mover, please. Member from Arnprior, and the seconder from the member from Boncher Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you again, Council. So it's going to sound like a bit of a repeat here, but good morning, County Council. And since the last meeting on October 8th, I have attended 6 meetings on county business. I will begin today by taking a moment to celebrate some local leadership. The Rural Ontario Institute recently announced the graduation of the 2025 Rural Changemakers, and that graduation service was held in Pembroke on Saturday evening. A group of 22 young leaders from across rural and northern Ontario were part of that class, if you will. Among them are several from Renfrew County, including Abby Lakin from Petawawa, Christina Raditz from Douglas, Rachel Richer from Laurentian Hills, who is also the deputy mayor, I believe, and Sarah Richer from Eganville. Pardon me? Oh, I had Claire Mariah. My apologies. Sorry. That's my inattentiveness to streets and 911 numbers. Again, my apologies. These individuals are making meaningful contributions to their communities, and their involvement in this program speaks volumes about the future of rural leadership. We are proud of them and grateful for the ROI's continued commitment to nurturing rural talent. So proud of these people to make an impact at the provincial level, joining this program with their experiences and sharing them with the group and taking away information, and it was noted about what they were contributing. So all the things that we talk about here about wanting to ensure, and I'm way off script on this, Gwen, thanks. All the things that we talk about here about the fact that rural Ontario, and especially Renfrew County, has nothing to be ashamed of. We have so much talent and potential. And, you know, the actions of this chambers over the years and in our communities have unleashed that and given permission to our folks to get out there, take a chance, take a risk, and stand up and do their thing. So what a great thing. I wasn't able to be there. I was able to speak virtually. They allowed me to Zoom in from Toronto, and I was able to do that. I also want to highlight the ongoing advocacy efforts through the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Yesterday, the Wardens Caucus was on Parliament Hill meeting with federal officials to advocate for our region's priorities. We asked our federal partners to modernize funding models for rural infrastructure and service delivery. One of the things we really hit on was the Housing Accelerator Fund and how we, as the systems manager, was not able to make application last time through CMHC. We also highlighted that they're going to have to specifically dedicate to rural Ontario and rural Canada a portion of the funding, because we cannot compete against larger centers, period. We also asked for support for housing and long-term care tailored to small municipalities, again mentioning just the difficulty of being able to build infrastructure at a rate that's competitive, but also the costing. To invest in paramedic services and emergency preparedness, the federal government depends on the province and us to respond to emergencies, so we need to be able to assure everybody that we're well equipped, well trained, which we are, but to maintain that costs money. We also mentioned strengthen port infrastructure and defense-related assets. We talked about the 3 or 4 industries here in Renfrew County who contribute to the defense industry, with the announcement that we're going to increase our contribution to 5% over the next few years. That means that our industries could probably get larger, and we could also attract more. The other thing we mentioned at the same time was that our grid capacity in Eastern Ontario is not where it should be, and the federal government needs to be aware of that and have some conversations with the province about either investing or encouraging IESO and Ontario and Hydro One to expand the grid as quickly as possible. We also mentioned Highway 17, the importance of 417, the Trans-Canada Highway, connecting the 416 down to the ports. The Warden's Caucus has a new initiative called H2O, which talks about highways to water, meaning tying it to the St. Lawrence Seaway and the Great Lakes. We mentioned that there are highways connected to the ports north of Highway 7, north of Highway 401, north of Highway 7, and the importance of remembering us. So Eastern Ontario contributes over $124 billion annually to Canada's economy and is one of the fastest growing regions in the country. It's expected our population is going to grow by about 25% by the year 2050. Meetings such as these are vital to ensure our communities have access to the tools and resources they need to thrive. This season also marks the height of Leaf Tour, and there's something else. Oh, hunting season, that's what it is. It's a time when family and friends head into the bush, not just for the sport, but for connection, a good shot, and hopefully a successful target, plus some great stories to bring home. My grandpa always used to say, and he was teasing someone in the hunt camp, this person had had an unfortunate incident, and he shot himself in the foot, in the toe, big toe, and my grandpa used to say, remember, you got to eat what you shoot, so be very careful. I urge all residents to prioritize safety, wear your blaze orange, know your surroundings, and respect privacy, respect property boundaries. Let us ensure this season is safe, productive, enjoyable for all, and everybody comes home. As Remembrance Day approaches, pause to honor the sacrifices of those who have served and continue to serve our country. Across Renfrew County, ceremonies will be held to commemorate the courage and dedication of our veterans. I invite all residents to attend and to reflect on the freedoms we enjoy because of their service. Their legacy is our responsibility to uphold and to share with future generations. Just a quick reminder that nominations are open for the 2025 Wardens Community Service Awards. These awards recognize outstanding contributions to our communities. I encourage council members to promote the awards locally and consider submitting nominations for your municipalities. The deadline is October 31st. And again, this is I think those have sat through the ceremonies here and the presentations over the years, really super stories of people that quietly go about their business and make our home community such a beautiful place to live. So please consider rewarding or notifying us about some of the people that make your place a great place. Before I close, from coast to coast, including the proud fans of Renfrew County, everybody's riding the baseball wave of excitement with the Blue Jays back in the World Series for the first time since 1993. Go Jays, go. And I could hardly wait because I'm in Toronto Friday night trying to get out of Toronto after a meeting tomorrow or on Friday, so I could hardly wait to struggle up the Don Valley Parkway. Yeah, I'm going to, yeah. They'll probably have my room rented and have me out of there at 6:30 in the morning on Friday. I'll have my stuff lugging them to my meetings, but anyway. All of these efforts continue to reinforce our why statement. Our why statement? To cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thank you. And I believe Mr. Davis, you're going to introduce our delegation, which probably needs no introduction. Thank you.
Probably not, but I think for the viewing public I will. So good morning and thank you, Warden. I'm pleased to have with us today, and I'll ask the presenters to come up to the podium if I could. Today we have Mr. Dean Felleber, the owner and president of Ben Holcomb & Sons, the sawmill here in Renfrew County, one of the many sawmills here. Along with him is Mr. John Yakubuski, governmental affairs and advisor for the company of Ben Holcomb & Sons. And they're here to talk about a very interesting and a very promising project, biomass project that's been discussed before. And I think what we have here in this presentation is a great opportunity to talk about the grid capacity, to talk about some issues we've been having in the forest industry dealing with roundwood or pulpwood. I'm very excited to hear this presentation to see where this leads. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Before you take the floor, Dean, I have to say this, and Dean's going to hate me saying this. He was one of the first people that invested in the Ontario Winter Games. You know, we talked about it. He called me and said, I want to be a part of this. He sponsored all the volunteer T-shirts and shirts, heavy shirts for all of our volunteers. And each of them had 3, 4, or 5. You know, there's 1,000 people wearing them. And he said to me, look, I listened to what you said about this being a way to come out of COVID, how important it is to our community. He said, Renfrew County's been good to me. You know, the COVID was terrible for the community, but I did okay with it, and I want to give back. And he didn't really want recognition, and I don't think that's fair to him, so thank you, Dean. Really appreciate that. That was such a kickoff for my volunteers to hear your words of encouragement and your willingness to step up and invest. So we really appreciate that, and I wanted to make sure that I let everybody know that again. So thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Peter. Didn't expect you to say that. I'm the guy that likes to be in the back room quietly going about my business and not standing up in front of council making a presentation. I'm not a politician, so I figured I better hire one of the best ones we have in the county. And so I'm happy that John was able to join us and help try to get this project that we're proposing past the finish line. So Mr. Warden, councillors, staff, and I don't think we have any guests. Thank you for inviting me. It's been about 20 years since I've made a presentation to County Council. I don't even remember what it had to do about, but it was something about forestry for sure. So what I'd like to do is, wow, that is awfully small. What I'd like to do is just talk a little bit about who Ben Holcomb & Son is, and our partner in this project, what the project involves, why we need this project to go ahead, and how this project could be something that, if it does take place, we can duplicate it in other places in the county so that we can turn the forest industry around once and for all. You know, the forest industry, you often hear the ups and downs in the industry. And that's just the way this business is. We have ups and downs, and we've got to be reinventing ourselves all the time to make sure that when we have a down, we can survive that and keep building, making sure that we can provide good employment for our people and contribute to the local economy. Forestry's been a mainstay in our country going back many, many generations, and I foresee that it will still be a mainstay. People need wood, and we need to harvest the forest to ensure that the forest is meeting its silvicultural targets. So this project, we've incorporated a name called Golden Lake Power Limited Partner, and that's exactly what it is. It's a 50-50 partnership between our company and CEM Engineering. We plan to build a 13.5 megawatt plant, and the plant will use about 1 megawatt for its own operation, so about 12.5 megs will be exported to the grid. What's 12.5 megs? I had no idea what this was 2 years ago. I knew my company with 2 sawmills and all the facilities is using about 2 megs of power. So this is about 6 times the amount of power that our company uses. We spend about $80,000 a month in our hydro bill. So this plant will contribute power to about 12,000 homes. So it's a lot of power. So when I was first approached by CEM Engineering, they're out of St. Catharines. They're an engineering company that has experience designing, building, and commissioning over 50 plants in Ontario. Many of them are common names that you would recognize, like 3M, Toyota, Sunnybrook Hospital, and so forth. So if you look up CEM on the internet, I recommend you do that. They approached me because Ministry of Energy has released a long-term 2 plan, and what that is that's a procurement plan. They've identified that Ontario is going to be very short of electricity over the next 20 to 30 years, particularly so between now and 2030. They need to procure 3,000 megawatts of power. So there are 2 intakes for this year. One was in September, the second one is in December, and we're putting our project together so we can submit our application to IESO, which is part of Ministry of Energy, in December, and we're hoping that we're successful and we get a contract. The contract is for a 20-year period with guaranteed escalated revenues every month based on our bid price. So I was approached, as I said, by CEM Engineering about 18 months ago, and immediately what I thought was, what can we do to utilize more low-grade wood? We all hear about having too much low-grade wood in our forests. If we don't harvest everything in the forest, not just the saw logs, but also the low-grade wood, we're not doing the forest any justice. We're creating a forest, if we walk away from it because we have no market for that low grade, we're creating a forest that ages and it dies, and then it becomes a fire hazard, and it never fully rejuvenates. So we need to find markets for all these products. We've lost so many markets over the years. We've all heard of all the pulp mills that have closed down in Ontario. I can think of a number of them that I have in my presentation that you can reference to. Trenton just closed down not too long ago. Espanola closed down. Portage, we all remember, as young adults or kids, smelling that awful rotten egg smell coming when we had an east wind across the Ontario-Quebec border. That was Portage. Portage used 800,000 tons of wood a year. And we didn't realize how lucky we had it when Portage was there, because we could fully utilize everything out of the forest with that close market. And why did Portage close down? They closed down not because they didn't have enough wood. They had all kinds of wood. I remember we were on quotas every week, limiting us on how much we could bring into that plant because they would get overloaded. They closed down because they produced Kodak photo paper. Where's the camera today? It's on our phone. So that's the reason, and that's the reason why all the other pulp mills are closing down. It's not because we're using less paper worldwide. We may be using less paper in the developed countries, but the developing countries and the population growth worldwide, we're using more paper. And the reason why we're closing our pulp mills down here is because we can't be competitive with producing that paper for those markets. They're building real high-tech paper mills, pulp mills in South America and Brazil, and they're utilizing eucalyptus and different species that grow very fast, and they're able to really compete and produce enough paper products for that marketplace. So all to say, the landscape is changing in Ontario, in Canada, on wood use. We still need lumber, we still need wood, but we've got to reinvent ourselves and find a market for that low grade, or we won't be here. So this is about survival. So when these people came in and proposed this project to me, I said, how can we utilize the maximum amount of wood, low-grade wood in that plant. And so we've gone to work with them. Collectively, between the two organizations, we've spent over $750,000 so far putting this project in a position where we can submit our application. So we're serious about it. We're putting real money behind this. When we do the math, we find that we can use 150,000 green metric tons. That's a lot of wood. Renfrew County, to Dave's credit, he spearheaded a study that showed in Renfrew County alone, we have about 485,000 green metric tons of available low-grade wood annually, renewable annually. That's a lot of wood. So we're proposing to use 150,000 green metric tons of wood a year. We cannot use all pulpwood, round pulpwood, and chip it because the cost is too high to cut it and bring it into the mill yard and chip it up. So we can use what we feel the maximum is about half of that volume, about 75,000 tons, and then we will supplement it with our mill residues. So we produce about 115,000 tons of mill residues a year, and we're going to put about half of the plant's needs of chips, sawdust, and bark, lower cost wood in with the higher cost pulpwood, so we can average out a price that makes sense, that we feel that we should be able to come up with a bid price for the application process, that we can be successful and get a contract. So just 1 second here. So we've got some key asks of government right now, and John has been very instrumental at opening up doors and lobbying various ministries on our behalf for this project. One is Hydro One line upgrades, and the warden referenced that in his opening remarks, that the infrastructure in Ontario, particularly in our rural areas, was never built for the future. And so we need to really push government to ensure that our hydro line capacity is upgraded. We are having big growth in our population. Industry will undoubtedly grow in Renfrew County and other rural areas, and we're going to need ways to get more power in and also get power out. So the existing line infrastructure that is in our case between where our mill is located in Golden Lake and north of going to Wilberforce, we're fed power from Whitney and the big tower line that goes through Algonquin Park. So we've already gone through the process with Hydro One, and we've got all the information back on what is required, and it is a hindrance with what the cost would be to upgrade that line to today's standards. So we're working on government on that to try to get some funding to get that line upgraded that will permit this plant to go ahead. And also there's 2 mills that are down the line from us, Murray Brothers and McRae's, that could benefit from this as well. They may also be able to build a plant if we get this off the ground, because we've got lots of wood. The second key ask of government is policy and financial support. So the LT2 process was designed for renewables, wind, solar, and biomass. Last minute addition, they put natural gas into the mix. We have really demonstrated what the economic benefit is to the region in terms of using biomass. Using biomass will contribute over $53 million each single year to the local economy, and that's huge. This is a $65 million plant, so there will be economic benefits during the 2-year construction period as well, and we plan to hire as many local trades to build the plant as possible. We need government to ensure that biomass is treated on its own, not competing against wind and solar. Wind and solar are cheaper sources of power on the onset when you look at them. But if you have time and read my presentation, you will see that we only get power when the wind is blowing. We only get power when the sun is shining. And so Ontario has to then go out and procure very expensive sources of power to run plants when the wind is not blowing or the sun is not shining, and pay huge amounts for that plant to sit idle and create power and put it into the system for when they need it. So the true cost of wind and solar is actually much higher than what biomass is. And this is the message that we're taking to Queen's Park, to various ministers. So this is about survival for the industry. This is about ensuring that we set the industry up for success down the road. It's about ensuring that our forests are well managed and looked after properly. And it's about employment and good jobs. Our company, I don't know how much any of you councillors may know about our company, but I'm going to give you some key facts while I'm here. So our company is the single largest producer of pine in the province of Ontario. We are the single largest producer of 4x4 and 6x6 red pine for the pressure treating market. It's used for fence posts, decks, and landscaping timbers. The Ontario market is 45 million board feet strong of those two sizes, and we are over 1/3. The next largest mill in that market to us is about half of our size. We ship our lumber worldwide. We all hear about all the stuff going on down in the US with Trump and how, he is attacking all of his partners like Canada. Even before Trump, about every 8 to 10 years, we always faced a softed lumber crisis. We always had tariffs in place. To me, that's about the big landowners in the US, the private landowners, and if they can tariff the hell out of Canadian lumber and get the price of lumber up in the US market, it makes their standing timber worth more money. It's all about the money, and that's what it's about. It's not because our industry is subsidized here in Canada. You know, we have a little different system. We have a lot of public lands here. The US has a lot of private lands. So what we did, we were selling 75% of our white pine into the US all along until about 2004. And at that point, we had another softwood trade war. And I remember it was a 28% duty in place. And we were on our backs again. And we were laying people off again like all the other softwood producers were doing. And so we sat with our sales partners and we said, what can we do to change this? We've got to go into other markets. We can't be relying on the US and every 10 years we're on our knees. We can't do that. So we sat with our sales partners and said, where can we find other markets? So we dug in harder in the Canadian market with certain big manufacturers in the Canadian market. We took less money. And in order to survive, we've had to invest heavily in our sawmills to make our sawmills the most technologically advanced that we can. And we've done that. You know, over the last 7-8 years, we've invested over $35 million in our company here. That's a big amount of money for a private company in rural Ontario. And so that's made us more efficient that we can compete in these domestic markets. But not only that, we've gone outside. We ship a lot of containers out of our yard. We load containers right in our yard, and we're shipping them to the Port of Montreal. And we have a big marketplace in Pakistan. So we've shipped over 2,000 container loads to Pakistan over the last 7 years. So that's a new market for us. They're buying a lot of low-grade lumber. So this is Renfrew County wood that is going into the Pakistani market. Isn't that pretty amazing to think that stuff that our people are producing here is ending up in Pakistan? It's also ending up in the Caribbean. We've got good markets in many of the Caribbean islands. We have to package it with other materials like doors and windows and insulation and board and stuff like that in order to be creative in that container and give the customer what they want so they'll buy our lumber. We're also big in the UK as well. There's a good market over there. So we have really expanded our horizons on our markets. So we went from 75% of our pine going into the US to today we're under 5%. So are we hurting right now in the market? We are. Every time the elephant in the US turns over, it affects our market pricing here. So we are hurting right now again, but it's a cycle. We got to remember that. We got to look to the long term. So building this plant is really going to help us to move that low-grade wood. It's going to help us then to go into those forests that we're not otherwise able to cut and pull the saw logs out that we need, because we need local forest products that have low-cost trucking. We're bringing wood from far, far distances right now, and it's getting very expensive. So we've got to change the tide. So I'm going to ask County of Renfrew to provide us with a resolution, hopefully, in support of our project, and any advocacy that you folks could do when meeting with various government officials. It's in support of the industry for those two key asks that I've laid out. And now I've got a little, it's a 4.5-minute presentation that shows how this plant works. So if you'll indulge me for that length of time, it shows the wood going in, how it burns. It's like a big outdoor wood furnace, basically. We've got to grind up the wood. We burn it. It creates high temperature steam. We capture it in a turbine and a generator, and then we feed it into the grid. And I've seen these plants working. I've been into Europe. I've seen 4 plants working in Poland and Belgium. We partnered with Vinca, and this is who presented this video to us. They've built hundreds of plants worldwide. So very well capable people. Because I climbed, I don't know how many stairs in the building, walking around a plant just like that in Belgium. You see the wood coming in from the top. It's all automatically fed. It goes into a big burner grate where it dries out at the very top, because it's green wood that's going in there. It dries it out, then it combusts, and then you've got ash coming out the bottom, and the ash goes into the cooling bin at the bottom. Moving steps just to move the product from the top to the bottom. This is a patent system. There's no hocus pocus to any of this. This is not trying to develop something. This is being used in many countries, in Europe, in South America. There are a few in Canada like this. Canada is very slow in our political system to catch on to new technologies. Different ways of thinking. All we have to do is Europe. Finland, for example, leads by example. That culture's been around a long time, and they see the benefit of wood. See the steam being captured up above the fire. That's burning at over 800 degrees Celsius. Very, very hot. The safety in this is not have to have a Class 1 steam engineer babysitting the plant 24/7. We don't. TSSA has adopted European standard rules for monitoring it so long as the system is tested and true, and we're using a European system that is tested and true. And indeed, the founder of CM Engineering, that's a partner in this with us, sat on the TSSA committee developing these rules a few years ago. So our application has gone into TSSA to man this without a Class 1 steam engineer. I think we might have a hard time finding a Class 1 steam engineer to come in and set up home and kill a loop. So that was a big consideration. I always say all roads lead to Calgary. I was born and raised there. I live in Laurentian Valley now, but born and raised there. So this project will create between 12 and 15 full-time jobs and 30 to 40 in the forest, additional jobs, and well-paying jobs. One thing I should end with is at Holcomb's, we're in a tough industry. It's up and down all the time. And we think about the old sawmills, with guys slinging boards and tough work. And we came to realize, I've been in the business now for 32 years. Ben Holcomb was my grandfather. I worked beside my grandfather for 25 years. And he taught me a lot of good values. And one of those things was treat people honestly, look after your workers. And those are things that we try to do. I don't go around telling my story all the time. I like to tell it on a one-on-one basis every time I get. But so what we have done in our business is we have invested heavily. We are the single most technologically advanced sawmill in the region. We're a carbon copy of Ontario's Cadillac sawmill, which is in Thunder Bay. We have changed the landscape of our employment. We used to have 145 workers. Today we have 125. So we have cut some staff. But of the 145 workers that we had, 48 were lumber pilers, low-paying jobs, no future. I wouldn't like to pile lumber. I tried one summer and I didn't last, to my grandfather's dismay. He didn't like that. But so today, out of 125 workers, we have 7 that are piling lumber, and we're working very hard to change that as well. The average wage at Holcomb's is over $28 an hour today. That's the average wage, and I'm proud to say that. We've got a good workforce, we've got good equipment, we have good suppliers, we have good customers, but without the best people working for us, none of that matters. So we place a lot of value in our workers. We've invested heavily in social media. You might have seen some of our posts on Instagram and Facebook, and what we want to do is just showcase to our workers what we're about and our customers. If they see a face to us, they have a hard time dropping us for another supplier, and it really showcases the good work that our people do. So that's it for my presentation. I really went off course with it, but I hope that if you have an interest, you read through the package that I've left with you, and I'll open the floor to questions.
Great, thank you. And we never go off script here, don't worry about it. Very quickly, thank you very much for pointing out the efforts of our economic development staff and David Waibu in particular. We do try to work in lockstep with industry, and this is a perfect example of that. So what I can suggest to you too is we will prepare a motion. What we'll do is I'm pretty sure I'll get a motion from the floor, or I won't, but in Development and Property, our next committee meeting, which is in about 20 minutes, I'm sure I'll get a motion from the floor supporting you. So the second thing we'll do is we'll add you to our November 20th Advocacy Day when we're down at Queen's Park. And we'll also put together a generic package for members of county council so that they have some speaking notes should they bump into a minister. And then also as we circulate, we'll talk to infrastructure, IESO. We'll also talk to probably Minister Fideli and some others too. We'll generate a list with Mr. Yakubuski, and then we'll start our circulation as well. What we'll do then is we'll keep you informed as to what we've done, so that the message remains consistent.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Are there any questions from members of council? Member from Amherst and Bromley, please, and then Petawawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and thank you through you to Mr. Felleber. It is quite a fascinating video, and in fact, your presentation that certainly went larger than the video itself. It is iFarm in the Ottawa Valley, third generation, I guess now. So it is quite fascinating to me to see agriculture and forestry, which were kind of the linchpins of the penetration of the Ottawa Valley by certainly the European settlement. They were marching in lockstep. Initially, agriculture was meant, frankly, to service the folks working in the forest industry. What is exceptional to me, though, is to see the technology, and you're describing the embrace of technology, the adoption of technology in agriculture. It seems similar to me that what you're presenting, which is kind of invisible. These are kind of considered mature industries, if you will, or legacy industries that have been here forever, but they're not the industries that they were. If you're driving by a tractor now, the next time you're driving down the road and you see that cone on the top of it, that is taking satellite information, so there's precision agriculture. In the effort that you're describing, just while you were discussing this is about, if come to fruition, this is about 10% of the Chenot generating station. That's 144 megawatts, and you're talking about just under 14. So this is a sizable contribution to the power needs. If I'm understanding correctly, with microfit, and I embraced the microfit program back in 2011, this ultimately is not constrained by distribution, it's constrained by transmission. Is that correct?
It is. That's correct.
Okay, so that is the backbone. That we don't have the infrastructure there. I would suggest to you in your comments, you talked about it, not built for the future. It was, but the future, certainly for a lot of us sitting in the room, they're on 4-year terms. Future is perhaps measured differently than it might be in industry. And even when the substantial grid and transmission system was put in place, this was not a time where we could wash our hands and say it is done. And I think that we've been slow to keep pace with the changes. So ultimately, it strikes me that that's perhaps your largest constraint right now, is just actually once getting produced, that you then have the export market, if you will, that is not taking it to Pakistan, but to elsewhere in Ontario. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Wind, solar, and biomass. We know that the government has laid out certain criteria that they do not use prime agricultural land. They want it in marginal land areas. So that being the case, and particularly with biomass, you're not going to build a biomass plant in the suburbs of Ottawa or the suburbs of Toronto. You're going to build it where the trees are growing to keep the costs down. And in those rural areas like ours, we just don't have the line size. It's the line size that's the main constraint for transmitting that power back into the grid.
Oops, thank you. Supplementary?
Just very quickly, so it is really still, we have come full circle, because hydroelectric power is not available in Scarborough either. That is why they're generating it by the atom, just to the west, or Pickering perhaps, more appropriately. So we had the will, in fact, to transport the power where it was needed almost 100 years ago now, that it is simply, once more, we have to have that commitment.
That's right. Lots of advocacy and lobbying, unfortunately, and all of us in this room are lobbyists. We are. Unfortunately, that's the way the system works, but we've got to make sure that our political leaders and decision makers understand what the need is and get them on side.
Thank you. And I'll go to Petawawa and then Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Dean, for the presentation. It's a very
sure.
exciting project. Thanks for taking the initiative and being innovative and bringing forward thinking to the Renfrew County. And thanks, John, for all your advocacy for this project as well. As we've heard, it's going to bring a lot of much needed power here, jobs as well, and making use of all the forest products that we have here and at a close location as well. So obviously this is tried and true technology because it's being used all over Europe. So in terms of emissions, there's all kinds of scrubbers and everything is safe. My question is, you showed in the video the ash product that got cooled in the water. Is there any residue or anything after all this process is finished that you have to, let's say, get rid of? What is it? And
Well,
what do
the
you do
ash
with it?
has to be disposed of, but in many jurisdictions, ash is now being used as a binder in our pavement, in asphalt. And in Canada and places it is as well. So that'll be an area that we look towards so that we don't have to just landfill that ash. As far as the emissions go, we can easily meet Ontario's standards for emissions, and we can improve upon that, so much so this company here has plants working in the Netherlands. Now, we all hear about California and their emission standards, how they are some of the most stringent in North America, and they are. But the Netherlands is more stringent than California. So, you know, as things progress, if we need to exceed Ontario's minimum standards, that can be done. The technology is there and it is working.
Okay, thanks again for
Thank
bringing
you.
this forward, and best of luck as you...
Has anybody ever heard Mr. Yakubuski this quiet?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a chance to speak, John. No, I'd like to do that.
Boncher Valley, then McNabry side.
Thank you, Warden. I was actually a bit worried about Yak there for a moment. Yeah, you actually answered my question when you, my initial question when you answered, Gary, and it was about emissions, because we know that all of our vehicles are under California emissions. So if we're exceeding those, yes. As recently as the AMO conference in August, I, along with the chair of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, I'm the chair of EORN, we met with Hydro at that conference. They seemed very eager to help us along with transmission if we noted where the lack of transmission was. But what I feel like we're hearing today is that there isn't that eagerness to help necessarily. And Warden Clark and I both noted that Eastern Ontario is really a dead zone for transmission. So what are the barriers you're facing? Like, we are excellent advocates in this room, excellent lobbyists, but what is the actual, like, are they saying no? Are they saying it's going to cost you? It's, okay, so
Yeah, they're saying it's going to cost you X number of millions of dollars
No.
to do this.
all right.
We have had meetings with the Minister of Energy.
Yeah.
The minister has agreed to help us through the process. There is certain things like the last mile legislation that we're looking into where we're at the end of a line. We're at the end of a high transmission line, a 44 kV line that we actually built and paid for when we built our mill in '98. So we'd be benefiting everybody up the line from us, and there is legislation to help with that. So we are working with the minister's office in that regard. It's about today's standards. I'm not an electrician by any means. I don't pretend to be. But Hydro One came into my office and brought me 2 pieces of cable, a small one and a large one, and said, the small one is what's in place right now. The large one is our new standard. This is what we build with today. And I said, well, my engineers tell me that the small cable is capable of me receiving 2 megs and exporting 12 megs on that small cable. And he couldn't answer that question. He was an account rep. So why do we have to go to the new standard if that cable is in fact rated for that? But that is Hydro's standard, and that's what they stick to. So there is a willingness to help out. We've run into a lot of support from Hydro One staff, from Ministry of Energy staff, from Ministry of Economic Development staff and others, with upgrading the lines and for biomass power. So we have a lot of support, but still, it's going to take a lot of advocacy to get this off the ground. We know what we have is a good, solid project, and we know that it's right for us. We know it's right for Ontario, and we continue on that work. So nobody says anything's easy. We just change is the constant for us. We have to change. We have to reinvent ourselves all the time. We always got to look ahead.
Supplementary?
Yeah, thank you, Warden. So you're getting all of this support, but they're still saying it's money. If this is a priority of this government, then they've got to help themselves along the way as well. If this,
Yeah, and we're not at the end of the conversation.
okay, good.
We're in the middle of the conversation. So we hold out hope that we get enough support to make that happen. Or I wouldn't be spending any more money on this. I'd cut my losses and look at something else.
So just Councillor Weir's aware of this, but Calabogie Peak is a prime example. They wanted to expand 10, 15 years ago, 5 years ago. John, you were part of those conversations. Hydro One at the time said, look, you need to put a new line in for more electricity from Bunford's Corner, about 7 kilometers up to the peak so that they could take on the advanced capacity. Kept asking why. Well, they had projections that showed there was going to be significant growth along that corridor. Their infrastructure was aging and they wanted somebody else to pay for it. So Hydro One, and again, we've had that conversation with the Premier's office in the past. When I was on the AMO board, we met with them to talk about Hydro One not dealing fairly. You mentioned the Last Mile initiative, but Hydro One doesn't deal fairly with people. You know, they don't disclose their assets when they're in conversation, and sometimes their expectation is that the local initiative will pay for the upgrade of their assets along the route. And it should be noted, IESO has told us that by 2050, local distribution companies are going to have to spend about $120 billion to upgrade the infrastructure for the grid in Ontario. And so Hydro One is, I think, desperately looking around for somebody else to foot the bill. That's just a...
Well, that is exactly the case.
Oh, okay.
No, that's exactly the case. I mean, we've come to that conclusion as well, that Hydro One is constrained with the rules that they have. Hydro One is subsidized to the tune of $7 billion a year from the Ontario government, I believe. And Hydro One can't quote. When you get in a quote that says X number of $1 million to upgrade your line plus or minus 50% fudge factor, you say, what the heck is this? Nobody would accept a quote like that. I can tell you a story back in 1997 before we went to upgrade our mill. We didn't have enough power. So we went to Hydro One. Hydro One said, it's going to cost you $750,000 for us to build a line from the police station at Killaloe, where the substation is, to our sawmill on Black Point Road. And my grandfather, who was running the company at the time, said, I can't afford to pay $750,000 for an electrical line. This is crazy. Sean Conway was MPP at the time. Sean worked in lockstep with us at that point. And then Hydro came back and said, we'll do it for $500,000. And we said, that's still way too much money for that line. So why can't we go out and have a competitive bid process and let the private market build this line? So they allowed that. Hydro One said, we would like to bid on that. So we had 3 bidders. Hydro One sat in the office. They wanted to make sure it was a fair process. So we opened up Hydro One's bid, and it was $125,000. And we opened up the second bid, and it was $110,000. And Art Duff from Armprior, I don't know whether Art is even around, but he was a successful bidder at $99,000. That's for material and labor. $750, $500, $125. when they had to bid. And that was still making money. And we got it done for 99. So we built the line, and I signed it over for the grand sum of $1 to Hydro One so they would manage that line. So what they come to you with at the start, you don't take that as an answer. It's political will on all these things. These people are telling you what they're able to tell you, but it's the political will behind it. And there is a lot of good behind the politicians. I mean, a lot of people are against everything government does, but we have to have some faith in the system. You know, people want to see people succeed. And I think that in this case here, we've got a good news story to tell, and they will want to see this happen. And we're going to keep pushing.
Okay, thank you. I'll take McNabb Brayside, and then we'll turn over to Dean and Mr. Yakubuski for concluding comments.
Good morning. Mine's a simple question. Is there anything other than the wood byproduct from your mill that's going to go into this machine for the incineration purposes?
No.
It's just exclusive to you guys and wood?
Yeah, it'll be all of our bark and half of our chips from the sawmill as the byproduct. Pembroke MDF, the Roseburg plant, my family was one of the original owners, proponents to get that plant built with McMillan Bladell in 1994. I looked at an old picture of me holding up a golden shovel at that point, and God, I had pure brown hair at that point. But that plant, we need that plant here. We're still going to reserve, we're the single largest producer of wood residues in the county. We're the largest supplier to the Roseburg plant here. We need that plant here. So our cogen facility will not interrupt the flow and volumes that we're sending to Roseburg. That's really important to mention.
Okay, thank you. And gentlemen, if you'd like to conclude.
Thank you for your anticipated support. Thank you for listening and indulging me. I'm hoping that I was able to enlighten everybody on some of the things that we're doing at Hokum's. And we really appreciate being part of Renfrew County. It's the greatest place to grow up in, live in, raise a family, and do business in. You know, we always feel that our local mayors, our townships, cities, and our warden and staff have our back. And you couldn't say that if you're in a big urban area. Nobody knows anybody. All of us know somebody that each one of us is related to. So it's great to be here. Thank you. You want to say something, John?
I guess I'm forced to now. Well, my first observation, and I've made this observation before. First of all, thank you for having us this morning. And I know that when Dean opened up, he said, "I don't, generally speak in public, and I'm not a politician." I just can't imagine what he's going to be like when he actually thinks he is a politician, because his presentation was absolutely, I know you'll all agree with me, was really enlightening and helps you understand in such a clear way of what we're trying to accomplish here at Golden Lake Power. I've known Dean for a long time. I knew his grandfather as my father did. And the more I've gotten to know Dean, the more my respect grows for him, because I understand clearly what his commitment is, a lifetime of commitment to the industry, to the business, because of what it means to the community that they work in and he lives in and we support. So to have you folks here at County Council, which in my time, in my 22 years, I've always known you to be so absolutely tremendously supportive of what matters here in Renfrew County. And we know that the forest industry is right at the top of that list, along with others as well, as to what's important here in Renfrew County. So to be able to make this presentation today, have you folks listen to it, and be able to support it with a resolution is going to be absolutely fantastic. We know we have a lot of work to do yet. We do know that. And having been there for 22 years, we're doing our best to make some inroads with members of the government. And it is a challenge because there are so many priorities out there, and you know yourselves And I've always been impressed with the work that you've done on the county level, advocating at the provincial level. And we know that that's going to continue, because that is a battle that we continue to have to make sure that, as Mayor Murphy said, getting that message across. If that's a priority for them, well, show us that it's a priority for you, because it certainly is a priority for us. And I just want to thank Dean for giving me the opportunity to work with this company on this, not only this vitally important file, but just to know better and understand just how important companies like Ben Oakham and Son Limited are to this, to our great people here in Renfrew County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Council, if we could take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:45. I forgot my laptop, and so I'm blind for the next presentations at this point. Thank you. And Mr. CAO, correspondence, please.
Thank you, and good morning, Council. Yeah, so of course, as per the norm, all correspondence that we received that is committee appropriate has been forwarded to those committees. However, I will note that late yesterday, no, on the 20th, sorry, on Monday, the Roma delegation requests have been launched. So it seems early this year, or it just seems like we just went through this. So we are developing those and likely bring a list of delegation requests to the November 12th meeting, because it's November 18th is the deadline to submit. But as always, our delegation requests will be consistent with previous motions of council and or committee. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And now we'll move to the committee reports with the Health Committee, please. Chair?
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend on 2 items as follows. The first resolution, dedicated offload nurses program, resolution number H-CC-25-10-112, moved by myself, seconded by Chair, that County Council direct the Warden to send a detailed letter advocating to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Sylvia Jones, Deputy Premier and Minister of Health, and copy to Billy Deneau, MPP, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, regarding predictable and sustained funding for paramedic services and related programs, including the dedicated offload nurses program. Advance notification of funding changes, including reductions or terminations, to allow for responsible planning and service continuity. Transparent communication mechanisms between the province and municipalities regarding health-related funding decisions. And that the Warden request a formal meeting with the Ministry of Health during the County Queen's Park Day to discuss long-term funding strategies for paramedic services, share local impacts and challenges related to offload delays and staffing pressures, and item 3, reinforce the county's commitment to collaborative solutions that align with provincial health priorities. It is important to note, there is background attached, but it is important to note at Committee of the Whole earlier this month, it was revealed that the amount that has been allocated from the province is 25% reduced from what we had budgeted. It is worth noting that the province did in fact allocate more money towards this program across the province because of substantially increased uptake. Those that had been participating in this program did see a reduction. Because it was so late in the year, Mr. Warden, it has presented substantial challenges as we are now confronted with the surge of flu season towards the program, and in fact, any mitigating steps that might be taken are now very constrained. Moving on to item 2 is the reallocation of capital budget funds at Miramichi Lodge. Resolution number H-CC-25-10-113. Once again, moved by myself and seconded by committee, that County Council approve the reallocation of $100,000 from the 2025 Miramichi Lodge capital budget designated for the Energy Recovery Ventilator Replacement Project to support the purchase of mechanical resident lifts. Once again, Mr. Warden, the background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair along with council as committee.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns from members of council on item number, item number 1? Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
For clarity, Mr. Warden, I cannot say, I did not consult the procedural bylaw. Prior to Committee of the Whole, I believe that standing committees did in fact have authority to direct the Warden for correspondence purposes. We certainly, standing committees did not have authority to expend any dollars unless they were pre-budgeted, et cetera. But formerly, committees themselves did have authority to direct the Warden send correspondence. Is that in fact removed from committees?
So I'm going to speak for a little bit while our friends collect their thoughts. I don't believe it was removed, and I think any wise warden would listen to the advice from committees, but I will certainly turn it over to our CAO and clerk.
Yeah, I don't, no, I'm okay. If Gwen can offer anything too. I don't recall it ever, I recall that direction was always provided from council for the warden, because the warden speaks on behalf of council, not on behalf of committee. So direction was always given to staff from committee, but when the warden was to write a letter, I always recalled it being from county council to the warden, and that's where I recall. Specifically, the terms of reference committee, of course, in your procedural bylaw, where it's consider and make recommendations to county council on policy matters relating to program standards, facility improvements, maintenance, and funding, of course, and other ways. It's always recommendations to county council. But again, to your specific point, I always recall that whenever the warden was asked to write on behalf of county council, that was a motion coming from county council.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you have anything to add? Okay. So I'm comfortable as warden. This is not an issue that would be personally at odds with, and I don't believe anybody sitting in the warden's chair would be at odds with this as well. So I think, we can get a deeper answer on this if necessary, but today, for the sake of moving our agenda along, unless somebody else has any overpowering desire to state otherwise, I'm comfortable going forward, Chair.
If I might, it is before us now, it is going to get done now. It was not for this particular instance that I was raising this, it was for reference for future, actually.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll take that as a study session for our legislative department. And we'll move to item number 2. Any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none. The report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the report and the conversations around it. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. And we'll move to Community Services, and Chair, please.
Thank you, Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. 1 bylaw, contract approval, Renfrew County Housing Corporation, snow removal, Pembroke. Resolution number CS-CC-25-10-62, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve a 3-year tender as submitted by GP Splinter Forest Products Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, for the provision of snow removal services at 10 Renfrew County Housing Corporation properties located throughout the city of Pembroke in the amount of $587,664, inclusive of applicable taxes and/or rebates, for the period of November 1, 2025 to October 31st, 2028, and that a bylaw be adopted to execute the contract. And the background is there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Members of council, any comments, questions, or concerns on item number 1? All right, seeing none, could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. You've had a chance to review the report. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, council, and thank you, chair. We'll move to corporate services, please.
Thank you, Warden. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information, item number 1, our council remuneration review, of course, has been scheduled for November 5th. Thank you to staff for making that happen. Under resolutions, we have resolution number FACC 25-10-75, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the updated asset management and long-term financial plan V3.2 and pre-budget approval be granted to proceed with the 2026 projects and purchases contained within the updated asset management and long-term financial plan version 3.2, totaling $61,923,112. And number 3 under bylaws, resolution number FACC 25-10-76, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that county council approve policy F-01, staff training and development, which was amended, and that a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resources, corporate policies, and procedures for the county of Renfrew be adopted. And resolution number FACC 25-10-77, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that county council approve the following changes to the non-union staff salary grid within employment bylaw number 1. A, increase student under 18 wage from $16.20 to $16.60 per hour, and B, increase student 18 and over wage from $17.20 per hour to $17.60, and that the revised employment bylaw number 1 be adopted. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and all committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Members of council, any comments, questions, concerns on item number 1? Item number 2? And the member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Could item 2 be severed from the report and considered separately, please?
Okay, thank you. Item number 3. Okay, and, whoops, sorry. Item number 4. Report as a whole. Seeing none, mover, please.
So moved with the exception of number 2.
All right, thank you. Members of council, you've read the report. All those in favor of the report with the exception of item number 2. Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. And we'll go back to item number 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was remiss. We'll certainly acknowledge that here when we, in fact, didn't actually engage in this at corporate services, but I did review it a little bit more carefully post that meeting, and I had a few questions. Probably all of these are to Mr. Burke, though I would leave it open also to the chair of the committee should you wish to weigh in. And by your leave, Mr. Warden, I had several. The first, fairly straightforward. In the blue charting, there are quite a number of red highlighted cells. I think all of them are in out years. I don't think any of them were for 2026, but I wonder if Mr. Burke can identify what the red was meant to denote.
Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Council. The red cells are my internal method of picking jobs that have debt financing associated with them. And I do believe there are some in the 2026 year.
Okay, thank you. So they were not meant to be flashing neon lights that would attract the attention of a fellow with some OCD on spreadsheets then. Second question, in October last year, we approved $36 million of a $55 million capital plan. So this year, the intent and the resolution is for all of the monies for the capital plan. Was the intent from the start to include all of the capital plan? We simply were unable to accomplish that last year, because this year the intent and the resolution is to approve the entire $61 million.
Mr. Burke?
Through you, Warden. I think our thinking on the matter has changed from last year, where we were attempting to start those jobs that we thought we could theoretically tender prior to the end of the year. And it didn't really work that well, and there was a bit of confusion about which jobs. So our new thinking on the matter is to start all of the capital jobs. And again, it is unlikely that you would see any expenditures before January or February of next year. This is more, it allows staff the internal room to start planning for these jobs, placing orders, things of that nature. You know, you may see the odd tender come down prior to the budget in January, but probably no expenditures on the matter. It just allows us that certainty to start the jobs and proceed with them.
Thank you. Mr. Hanrath?
Thank you, Warden, through you to Council. To further Daniel's discussion, having the entire plan approved at this stage allows us to have staff planning for next year's projects at this stage without the worry that a project may not go ahead, that we can collect all the data for it and then proceed with preparing tenders this year or as early as January of next year without having to worry if we have all the data collected or not.
Thank you. And Mr. Bromley, please?
Yeah, and as a follow-up then to that response, so of course, Public Works owns the majority of the capital program. And I do notice, having gone through this and also gone through the exercise myself of kind of comparing what had been projected for 2026 a year ago and what is now being projected for 2026 this year, seeing a lot of substantial change where some projects are pushed out a further year. I think perhaps Burnstown Bridge might be one. I think Madawaska Boulevard might have been another one. Both the Queen's Line and Queen Street in Killaloe, I think, have been pushed back, and I'm presuming it is consistent with that. Though recognizing that all of the capital expenditures aren't in public works, and also that notwithstanding that there would not be an expectation that the monies would actually be flowing, but we're doing our budget in two distinct segments. So in October of this year, we are approving the capital, which then doesn't provide room when we get to January of making adjustment. If I might then, though, moving on to the third question, again, in October of last year, the capital plan identified just over $48 million for 2026. Of course, with our 2% escalation per year, that becomes $49 million. However, this capital plan as put in front of us is showing just about $62 million, just about a $13 million increase over when we sat here last year, and that's 26%. So I'm wondering perhaps if Mr. Burke can highlight what the main drivers of this pretty substantial increase year over year is.
And Mr. Burke, please.
Through you, Warden. The major ones are simply carryover projects. So the 2 paramedic bases, again, when we budget items, we are typically budgeting for completion within our budget cycle of 1 year. And for buildings, that's not realistic, but that's how we've done it. So that, that would be almost like $10 million of the jump alone. Also, on top of that is a similar issue inside our CHC for the renewal project, about another $4 million. Again, budgeted in the 2025 year and, not completed or even particularly started in the 2025 year, and all of it being carried forward into 2026. Probably some of that will also carry itself forward into 2027 realistically. Those would be the big ones. Other major changes, again, we're bringing in the trails components into the capital budget, where previously they were always held off on the side as sort of a list of things that we knew we had to do to make the trail user ready and continue with the upgrades. And now they're fully contained within this capital plan. Those would be the big drivers. There isn't really too much of an inflationary increase, particularly in the roads area where the standard costing is actually the same. And there's a bit in the vehicle section for inflation, but I think we've only added an increase to the fleet of 1 vehicle. So it's not a real growth in capital projects. Most of the issues are carry forwards.
Thank you. And supplementary.
For perhaps a little bit more precise clarity then, that is kind of what I had supposed. And I'm sure Mr. Burke will be very careful, so I will be as equally circumspect. So all of the first projects that he had identified, I think every one of those were to be a debenture, i.e. the Cobden Paramedic, the Whitewater Paramedic Station, the Pembroke Paramedic Station, the initiation of the capital upfit within the Housing Corporation, perhaps even the trails component. I'm uncertain of that one. So ultimately, anything that was intended to be debentured in a previous year and is being carried forward, it doesn't really have a levy impact except for when the servicing of those debts will commence. But ultimately, that a large component of that additional $13 million was intended to be funded from debenture, and they still will be funded from debenture. Is that relatively accurate?
Through you, Warden, that is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just in following up on that one in particular, so I note that the Pembroke paramedic station, I think that the outstanding or the carry forward was $5.1 million. Given the challenges of the building that we had anticipated that might be the new Pembroke paramedic station, is not appropriate for that particular usage. Do we still anticipate that this is going to get off the ground in 2026?
I'll answer yes. There will be something coming to you in the very near future, illustrating a path forward.
Okay, thank you. That has scratched my itch. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So with that, are there any other questions? So I would ask for council, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of item number 2? Opposed? I'm sorry. Oh, we should have moved it. My apologies. So I would need a mover, please.
So moved.
So moved. Discussion, of course, as we race forward. Typical Peter speed. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to consent items, number 12. And next we will move to staff reports, administration of staff report resolution.
Thank you, Warden. So in front of you today, sorry, something just popped up on my screen. Before you today is a bit of a staff report because we are seeking direction. We've talked about this and around this for the last little bit, and it's in front of you because there's some urgency. The province is now in sitting. Obviously, there's a big omnibus bill about to go through the legislature. And this committee and this council, or this council at least, I'm sorry, not committee, this council has talked about automated speed enforcement. And in the last week or two that we've met, AMO has released their position on automated speed enforcement. So in terms of once and for all, although last committee, you recall, we had suggested that we've paused all activities, which still continues. But in terms of moving forward on where this council sits in terms of a position, the report has restated the AMO position for your look-see, if you will, and for your discussion to go through that. I'm happy to read through the entire recommendation on automatic speed enforcement, if you'd like.
Please.
Okay. So the recommendation on automated speed enforcement is that County Council adopt the following resolution, whereas ensuring the safety of all road users, including drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians, is a common priority for all municipalities and provincial government, and whereas reducing vehicle speed helps create calmer, safer neighborhoods that encourage people to use active forms of transportation and to be active in their communities, and whereas municipalities need a broad range of tools to improve road safety and are increasingly adopting provincially regulated automated speed enforcement, or ASE, programs as a proven tool, particularly in school zones and community safety zones, and whereas in Toronto, speed cameras have reduced the number of speeding vehicles by 45% across 250 urban school zones, including an 88% decrease in vehicles traveling more than 20 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, and whereas speeders, not taxpayers, pay the cost, and whereas Ontario's police leaders view ASE not as a revenue tool, but as a traffic safety tool with the purpose of deterrence and prevention, helping to change driver behavior and reduce collisions, and whereas by complementing traditional police enforcement, ASE frees up police resources to focus on other pressing public safety priorities. And whereas nearly 3/4 of Ontario drivers support the use of ASE in targeted areas like school zones or community centres, and whereas municipalities are best placed to develop transportation plans based on their local knowledge and community input, And whereas the varying approaches across municipalities present an opportunity to promote consistency and alignment with emerging best practices province-wide, and whereas municipalities and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, or AMO, can work together with the province to strengthen how the cameras are used to deliver safer streets efficiently and fairly, and whereas the use of ASE should be a local decision taken by municipalities as an accountable, elected order of government. Therefore, be it resolved that the Province of Ontario, through the Ministry of Transportation, work collaboratively with AMO and municipalities that operate ASE programs to strengthen the ASE program, and further that a copy of this motion be sent to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Minister of Transportation, and to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Policy Centre. Thank you, Warden. So the background is there. The data and the references in that recommendation are based on AMO's research to date. So thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Mover and seconder, please. Member from Mr. Bromley, seconded by the member from Head Clare-Mariah. And discussion, Council? Member from Mr. Bromley, and then from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you very much, Chair. Fully support this. At our last meeting, I think it was where this was broached. I'm not sure, of course, the caucus will be in support of the Premier. The Premier is wrong on this. I'll reiterate that. This should be, these are not the photo radar that existed 10 years ago that are randomly placed throughout the province. These are, in fact, only in these safety zones. That has been made plain. It is clear, as far as I am concerned, these zones are as sacrosanct as the flashing red lights on a school bus. And I cannot conceive of how one can be against that. I know that certainly from the public, the pushback is that as soon as they're going 1 kilometer an hour over the speed limit, then they are getting a fine. There is a fairly simple solution to avoid said fine in these community safety zones, and I think that is the intent. I'll repeat again that from the time we've been talking about the declining number of fines that we are seeing through the POA, they are largely being driven in a diminishment of charges being laid under the Highway Traffic Act. This is one tool that has been available to us. It is very, very constrained to the community safety zones. It is not at large, and I think that I am confounded why the Premier is so vehemently opposed to these, and in effect, he is wrong on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. I think this is a great initiative. Anything that is a deterrent in school zones is what's needed. I mean, yes, there will be people who still speed. It's that old common saying, locks keep honest people out. But it would be a great deterrent, and with my background in policing, I know that if you can deter the speeders, then that stops the accidents or other life-threatening injuries, so I'm all for it. The only thing I would add that perhaps further I'd like to add to this is the notice is being sent to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Housing, Transportation, and Policy Centre. Should we include a CC for our MP, Billy Dano, in this too, just so he's aware of it?
I would consider that a friendly amendment, and I don't see anybody that would, I think we could just automatically assume that. Member from Bossier Valley?
And Roma, please.
Okay, and Roma. So maybe we will need an amendment, if you don't mind. So MPP Dano, Roma, is there anybody else, the Ontario Chiefs of Police or something like that, or no? Okay. The OPP Commissioner? No. Okay, thank you. So with that, just a quick, I'm sorry, member from Petawawa. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I support this fully as well. As you can see, the statistics show that this works. It slows traffic, and more importantly, it shows that it slows speeders from going more than 20 kilometers over. And this is in the school zone, so the safety of our children is paramount. So I think this is a great resolution. The question I have is, I know there's a couple of municipalities anxiously awaiting speed camera placement in their municipalities. I'm wondering what this means for us in terms of when these cameras will be placed, or are we in wait mode?
Mr. Kelly, please.
No, thank you. And through you, Warden. So we are still in wait mode. This program is being run through LAS, and they are standing down, waiting. They don't want to expend the money, nor do we, if there's a quote-unquote ban on that, although they aren't banned until legislation is passed. So we are still in wait mode, waiting for legislation, which I anticipate coming out in the next 2 weeks or so, 3 weeks. Now it'll take longer for royal assent, but I am understanding the legislature is putting it on the agenda very quickly. But we'll see how that rolls out. So sorry, I mean, your community will have to wait a little bit for the cameras. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And I also am fielding questions about that as well. Very quickly, could I get a motion to amend by adding MPP Deneau and Roma? A member from Horton, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. Call a question on adding the, I'm sorry, Bonch Valley? No, you're getting ready to vote? Okay, perfect. Okay, so on the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And then with the motion with the amendments, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Again, thank you, Council. Okay, so I'm sorry, my screen just moved on me. Just give me a second here, you're caught up. So we do not have any closed sessions, and we don't have any matters arising from closed. Reports from representatives, we have none circulated. Notice of motions, none. Members' written motions, none. Announcements, do we have any announcements? And the member from Bonch Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. I have 2 announcements and an ask. So I just want to quickly update, by the awesome powers vested in us by candy corn and common sense, Bonnechere Valley has hereby proclaimed itself the Halloween capital of the county of Renfrew. Our residents have gone above and beyond decorating their yards for Halloween this year, not only in the village of Eganville, but throughout our township. Any municipality claiming equal spookiness can file a boojection in writing to the Pumpkin Review Board. Please note the Pumpkin Review Board is Bonnechere Valley Council. On behalf of our council and our wonderfully weird residents, you're all invited to visit the Jewel of the Bonnechere for the best Halloween ever. Costumes are optional, but candy is mandatory. And Bonnechere Museum is holding a fundraising Decades Dinner and Dance on November the 1st. This is an opportunity to keep Halloween going by dressing up in your favorite Decades attire. Tickets are $85 per person or $20 if you would like to attend the dance. If you want tickets, just let me know. I am going in 1980s preppy. Right, I'm wearing what I'm wearing now. Yes, exactly. I do have I've gotten asked, Warden, if you would allow me. I know that policing is not part of this chamber, but this affects all of our municipalities, but for Deep River, I would ask, we just got our increase for 2026 at 11%. For Bonnechere Valley, that is about $84,000, which represents 2.4% on our levy. What I would ask, if you would kindly take this back to your CAOs, clerks, treasurers, whoever can send me the information, I would like to know what your 2026 increase is, what the cost increase is percentage-wise, and what that would mean on your 2026 levy percentage-wise. So exactly the way I just laid out BV, if you would be so kind as to have your staff send me that information. I'm going to do exactly what I did earlier this year, is put together as many municipalities as I can to send from the Roma board through AMO policy to the Solicitor General. And speaking to what the CAO was saying earlier, that the delegations for Roma seem very early. We are going to ask for a delegation, Bonnechere Valley is, with the Solgen Michael Kersner, because 11% is absolutely non-palatable. We can't go just with 2 point.
Yeah, I think so. I believe that's the maximum they're allowed to.
That is the cap.
Thankfully, yeah, there's a ceiling.
That's why I want to know what everybody's is, percentage-wise. That's exact. The cap was 11%. We were at 11%. And so this is of great distress to my council. And I just thought this was the perfect opportunity to hit up all of you for information. And I know that Councillor Doncaster is going to ask what we're doing about those that have their own police departments. And we did have a discussion about that on Friday. And I will let you know because one of our board members also has their own police force. And it is frustrating.
Okay, thank you. So you have a new announcement?
No, just a quick comment. So just the same as any municipality that has OPP policing costs increases, so do municipalities with with their own police force. So if there's any support for OPP policing, there should be support for all police forces.
And I'll allow one rebuttal.
Just then, would you kindly ask your staff to forward me your information for 2026? Thank you.
Thank you. And so it's good to know that, and I'm going to ask this question just because of my hearing issues. Your council is Country Bumpkins or Country Bumpkins? Thank you. So pumpkins they are. Killuhaggy Richards.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. Did everyone receive their increase or their OPP costs? Because I haven't got mine yet.
I'm guessing they were at least, it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of last week is when I started hearing noises. So, thank you. And I got it directly emailed to me as head of council. So, anyway, Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. Just a note on that. I thought I read somewhere that it was frozen, the OPP costing were frozen for 2026. Could be wrong.
Nope.
Apparently not. So anyway, it wasn't my point. The information I wanted to provide is next week I will be participating in FCM board committee and board of directors, so committee week or whatever we call it. It's also advocacy days, so we'll be in Ottawa meeting with hundreds of MPs and parliamentarians. And I have been asked to speak on, you'll recall previously, not a county issue with small water systems, but Councillor Nicholson bringing forward the information around the unsustainability of small water systems. So that is coming forward at committee, and I've been asked to give an update next week on that. So it looks like that will become FCM policy for advocacy for operating funds for small water systems.
Great. Thank you for taking that forward, and thank you to Councillor Nicholson, for bringing that to our attention and doing so much work. I know Madawaska Valley was involved, as well as Montreal Valley, Town of Renfrew, and I believe KHR provided information as well. So congratulations to Councillor Nicholson for his persistence. And Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Warden. And just to remind everyone that this week is Local Government Week. So thank you on behalf of the CAO and Senior Director, Senior Leadership Team, thank you to all of our staff here at the County of Renfrew for all the work they do. Thank you to the clerk and to Ms. Poplinski for celebrating regularly on our social media channels, and a reminder of all the services that we all provide on behalf of the people of Renfrew County and your individual municipalities. It's a wonderful week to celebrate being a municipal employee. So just a quick reminder.
Thank you. Any new business now? Yes, if you want to applaud, go ahead. Is there any new business? We'll move to bylaws. That the following bylaws, excuse me, be enacted and passed. Bylaw 121-25, a bylaw to authorize entering into an agreement for the provision of snow removal services at 10 Renfrew County Housing Corporation units, City of Pembroke. Bylaw 122-25, a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, Human Resources, Corporate Policies and Procedures for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew. Bylaw 123-25, Employment Bylaw Number 1 for the county officers and staff. Mover, please. Mover from Petawawa, seconded by Greater Madawaska. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. Excuse me, not sure what happened there, except I coughed. The bylaw 124-25, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on October 27, 2025, be now numbered, deemed, read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Mover from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Whitewater. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And with that, I recommend that County Council adjourn. Mover, please. And we have Martin Pryor, and second by Laurentian Hills. Discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. The next committee meeting, which is operations, will resume at 11:45.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this Operations Committee, Committee of the Whole meeting to order for Wednesday, October 22nd. Evelyn, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Just a reminder for committee members that we are standing in front, in between staff and lunch, so I don't want to limit any conversation, but we'll go from there. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in any of the matters before us this afternoon? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for the adoption of the minutes of September 24th, Operations Committee, September 24th, 2025 minutes. Recommendation that the minutes of the September 24th, 2025 meeting be approved. Mover, member from Kildu, Haggerty and Richards, and member from Greater Madawaska. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We have no delegations, no communications listed. Move on to the consent reports. You'll find attached beginning on page 8, I believe, the consent report. Item number 1, the capital variance report. Item 2, the operations, where am I at here? Operations Division information, portable traffic lights, the winter maintenance agreements that are all in place except for one that's still being worked on. Winter operational readiness that will be working towards 50% November 1 and 100% November 15th. And then item number 3, you'll see a list of quotes and tenders that were put out that were all budgeted for and under the threshold for award. So I would ask if there was anything on any of those items. Seeing none, I would enter, oh, sorry, Warden Nemo. My apologies.
No problem. Very quickly, portable traffic lights. It says training has been received, or the training has been completed. Is it my understanding that should a local municipality need these, the county would install them and maintain them and set them up and all of that stuff?
I believe that's true. I'll get Mr. Hanrath to elaborate on that.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Warden. These particular portable traffic lights aren't the ones that you leave set up overnight. They're only for operations while staff are on site during works and are taken down at the end of each day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I didn't actually know that either. Anything further on the consent reports? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the reports. Moved by member from Bonisher Valley, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. All those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to discussion reports, and I will turn this over to Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Item number 1 of the discussion report is County Road 512, Foymount Road Property Purchase Agreement Amendment. Recommendation is that the Operations Committee recommends to County Council that bylaw 1623, being a bylaw to acquire lands on County Road 512, Foymount Road, be amended to revise the compensation to acquire Part 10 on Plan 49R 20190 from Frank and Lynn Winia from $4,052.57 to $4,060, and that the property described be dedicated as part of the public highways upon registration of the transfer document.
Thank you for that. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation, please? Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Head Clare Mariah. The background's there, but Mr. Hanrath?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. So this is another purchase agreement for the reconstruction of Foymount Road. The initial agreement had expired and the property owners wanted to revisit it to ensure that some of the works that were part of the initial road project were corrected as part of their new agreement. So that was incorporated, and then the purchase value was rounded as part of the process in the new agreement as well.
Thank you for that. So I think these will go away. I think we have one left to do And then all of that should be complete. Member from Admiston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I think, but for clarity from Mr. Hanrath, I'm presuming then that the majority of this was detailed work on site, physical properties, rather than the cup of coffee in addition to the initial monetary compensation.
Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the council from Admiston Bromley, that is correct. There was fencing included in the initial agreement that wasn't installed as per the initial agreement. They wanted that corrected as part of this new one as well.
Okay. Anything else on this one? So we'll one more kick at the can, and I think we'll be done. So if there's nothing else, I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. I don't know what's so funny.
Mr. Chair, nobody can figure out how to open these things. Rob had to teach us, and I can see
okay.
that staff are having some issues.
I thought you were laughing at me, not with me. So if there's, so I called the question on that. There's no, anything further on any of the items? Seeing none, I'll ask for a mover for the report as a whole. Moved by Warden Nemo, seconded by member from Arnprior. Anything further? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We have no deferred reports. Any verbal reports for committee? We have no closed session. Any new business or other business? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by member from Admiston Bromley, seconded by the member from North Alcona Wilberforce. So the recommendation is that we adjourn. The next regular meeting will be on Wednesday, November 26th, and we're adjourning at 11:52. All those in favor? It's carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Oh, I guess we will commence DMP at 12:30.
Thank you. It is 12:30. I'd like to call the Development and Property Committee to order. Evelyn, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? There is none seen. Thank you. Let's go to adoption of minutes. Minutes, September 24th, 2025. Development and Property Committee. Recommendation that the minutes of September 24th, 2025 be approved. Do we have a mover? Councillor from Killaloe Haggerty Richard, second by Laurentian Hills. There we go. Yeah, I got it right. Thank you. And a call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. What's that? Okay. Do we have any, sorry, my apologies. The minutes of September, the closed minutes of September 24th, 2025. We recommendation that the closed minutes of September 24th, 2025 be approved, understanding that if we do need to go into any discussion on them, we would have to go into closed. Do we have a mover? McNabb Brayside, second by Arnprior. We've had a chance to review them. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. At this time, we have no delegations or presentations. Is that correct? Thank you. Communications at this time, we have none. Is that correct? Yep, thank you. A nod of the head, we'll take that. We'll now move on to number 7, consent reports. All items listed under consent reports are considered to be routine housekeeping information, non-controversial in nature, to facilitate the committee's consideration and can be approved in one motion. However, I think that we have 11 on the consent report today, and there's you all had a chance to review them. If we just take a look at if there's any comments, questions, concerns, or discussion items on number 1, land division update. Councillor from, just lost my brain, Admaster Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure if this was all number 1. This is with respect to the Whitewater. Just a small item in reviewing the sketch. I had already advised Mr. Howarth that as I was looking at the mapping, I was thinking, well, this must be approximate to Highway 17 that I'm looking at, and for their purposes as opposed to ours. I think this is because Douglas is kind of the homestead for a lot of the principles of BEI, that the highway has been misnumbered.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So it is item number 2B, I believe. So if you look in the background information of the report, it does, in one of the sketches that was provided by the applicant, it does say Highway 60, even though it should have been Highway 17. So that'll be corrected when we move this file along. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing none on the land division update, we'll move to number 2, subdivision updates. Nothing? Thank you. We'll move on to number 3, forestry communication updates. There's nothing. Mr. Davis, would you like to point out some amazing work by some of our staff?
Yes, thank you again, Chair. And just to highlight item number 3B, the recipient of Lacey Rose, the award she won through the Women in Wood initiative that she's part of, and we talked about this before at this committee and county council, an outside organization she's set up to really highlight women in wood in the forest industry. And so you see here in the committee package, she did win the award for the Forest Products Association of Canada, the Partnership Award. So I want to acknowledge Lacey in her role, especially in really implementing the forest industry and women's participation in that industry. So thank you again, Chair.
Thank you. And congratulations, Lacey. Another example of fine work by the staff. Bonnechere Valley.
Thank you. On this topic, but not on this topic, I'm wondering if there's any appetite in our committee or with the warden, if they're at county council, when we have a distinction like this, perhaps we should be pulling it out of the report. Like, our staff do incredible. They're extraordinary people doing extraordinary things, and it would be nice to have those highlighted as opposed to just embedded in the report, just by just noodling on it.
Thank you for following up on the discussion we had earlier.
You're welcome, Rob.
Is there anything further? No. We will move on to the registration for the Ottawa Valley Tourism Conference. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Sorry to interrupt, and through you, Chair, just want to highlight item number 4.
Oh, my apologies, I skipped it.
No, that's fine, Chair. So to highlight that we've all been impacted by the recent fires within Renfrew County and beyond, actually. This has impacted our county forest, as you see in the committee package at Crow's Nest tract. And so a great concern to us. Fortunately, it wasn't as bad as first talked about. Even though the staff time from Laurentian Valley, the fire department spent a lot of time trying to control this fire. So appreciate, please, if you could, Councillor Watt, to express our thank you and gratitude for your forest, your firefighters, for this dousing of these fires in the county forest. But again, we look after a number of tracts within County of Renfrew, 43 tracts, over 16,000 acres, and this is one of the concerns we have as we have a public use on our land. So again, thank you to your staff, and thank you just to highlight this to this committee and County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Anything further on that? None seen. Move on to number 5, registration for the Ottawa Valley Tourism Conference. That will be taking place on November 3rd at the Ottawa River Barns, Forester Falls, Township of Whitewater. Thank you, Neil. Move on to number 6 then. Cycle Tourism Conference 2.0. Any questions? I attended this. It was well attended. Staff from Ottawa Valley Tourism were there and did a presentation, and it was greatly received. Move on to number 7, workshop and events, Small Business Month. Any comments, questions, concerns, or discussion items? There are none seen. Move on to number 8, Economic Development Activity Tracker, Quarter 3, July 1st to September 30th. Are there any questions, comments, concerns, discussion items? There are none seen. We'll now move on to Taste of the Valley. Taste of the Valley event that took place September 25th in Calabogie attracted 1,250 visitors. And now, Mr. Davis, would you like to talk about unfortunately, the premier event, but we'll get there one day.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee members. So last weekend we did have the premier event of Taste of the Valley in Cobden, and just want to bring to this committee's attention, the numbers have increased yet again. Talking to Mr. Scott Hamilton about the numbers, and the number of the MPP was there, and some of our elected were there also. Close to 6,000 attendees at this event. Very impressive. The feedback so far, very good. We're always learning from this event, so some takeaways for next year's, but really appreciative of the venue. The staff at Whitewater Region also supported this event too, so thank you very much for a well-attended event for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, and Mayor Nicholson, you can stop doing the standing ovation now. Or you wish you could at this point, I think. Thank you. We'll move on to, Bonnechere Valley?
If I may, Mr. Chair, it was an outstanding event, and I was so hoping that the one in Eganville was going to, wipe the floor with Whitewater. We did not even come close. This was, I think my husband and I probably walked about 1.5 kilometers to get to the site. No, there were no golf carts, but it was the amount of vendors and just the sheer amount of people. I think half my family in the valley was there. Just a truly outstanding event. So congrats to Whitewater and to all the staff here at the county that managed to pull this off.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anything further? We'll now move on to 10, Canadian Association of Nuclear Host Communities, October meeting. Is there any comments, questions, concerns, discussion items on that? There are none seen. We'll move on to 11 now, Delegated Authority. Mr. Davis?
Thank you again, Chair. Just to highlight one of the delegated authorities, something new in the sense of the renewal or the change of the lease agreement with Rogers Telecommunications. So just an idea where Rogers wants to sublease a portion of the tower and the base to Bell Canada, and this is what this lease is all about. So just to give the information to this committee and County Council that we have increased the lease revenues from this site to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Following that, any questions, comments, concerns? There are none seen. Thank you, Mr. Davis. And I believe, is that our last one on the consents? For some reason, I thought there was
yes, sir,
an extra one. Okay. Or Neiman?
If I might, just a general question, because when you look at item number 2, the subdivision update, and the number of, and then, so between them, there are nearly 1,100 units being proposed. And I'm wondering if Mr. Davis and perhaps Mr. Kelly could offer some time to think this through, but is it time for us to approach the government about asking for a housing target which would allow us as a larger community to access different streams of funding? I think if the target is low enough, then we might be able to exceed it and gain some extra funding. Because we've tried any number of things and we're still trying things, but is that a route forward? And I'm not sure you can answer that quickly, but it's something to think about, and it only came to me when I was adding these numbers up, to be honest with you.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. An interesting question, and for sure, as we'll look into this to see what would it take to request this numbers. And just to keep in mind, though, Renfrew County is I don't want to say it, but I'll say it's a slow growth area. So any numbers, the expectations to put numbers out there could be a challenge, but I think what we'll do is we'll take this under advisement. We'll discuss it with our CAO and our manager of planning services to see if this is a path forward.
Thank you. CAO?
No, thank you, Mr. Davis. So the warden may recall, and we've had these conversations, I think, with committee and council before, when presented with the concept of a housing target for Eastern Ontario to then Minister Calandra, he was, no, it wasn't Minister Clark, it was Minister Calandra, was not receptive to the idea of providing any housing targets for a broad region. They wanted to keep housing targets to those municipalities that are responsible for permitting. This municipality is only responsible for zoning subdivision and consent files for those municipalities that we represent. So we're not a permitting agency, building permits. So we can't control, these 1,100 new units or new lots. They might sit on these subdivisions for a long time, right? So we might not be able to be in control of when these get built. So, but definitely something we could probably add to many items of advocacy when we get to Queen's Park in November.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Monmouthshire Valley?
So, thank you, Chair. What the warden just said just made me think, years ago, the provincial policy statement sort of laid out for each municipality the maximum amount of growth we could have, but these numbers far exceed the numbers we saw years ago when we were going through our official plan. So I'm just wondering how that happened. Like, I think Head Clara Mariah could have 3 more homes and then they were at their growth capacity. And I didn't pull that out of the air. I believe that's the actual number. So I'm just wondering if they're expecting us, as you said, we are low growth, but in some of our municipalities we're not. But it would be more beneficial, I believe, to funding if we were one county. Like if you took all the, I'm getting the look.
No.
Okay.
That is a fabulous hypothesis. Thank you for bringing that to the table. We will consider that with the, yeah. Is there anything further? Is there anything further on this topic? There are none seen. Recommendation that the consent reports be received as information. Do we have a mover? Deep River, secondary, Monmouthshire Valley. All in favor to receive as information. That is carried. Thank you very much. Give me 1 second here to pull up the next. We'll now move on to Section 8, discussion reports. Director of Development and Property will speak to the discussion reports. Mr. Davis, please.
Yeah, thank you again, Chair. And for those that are following on your PDF copy, page 60 of 157 of your committee package. First item under resolution is the County of Renfrew Next Generation 911 GIS Readiness Assessment. It's a lengthy recommendation, and bear with me if you could, that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council adopt the following. Whereas the County of Renfrew retained Esri Canada to conduct a Next Generation 911 or NG 911 GIS Readiness Assessment to evaluate the county's and its local municipalities' preparedness for the transition to a digital GIS-based 911 system, and whereas the final report concluded that while the county's current GIS infrastructure forms a strong foundation, further enhancements are necessary to meet national NG 911 standards by 2027. And whereas the assessment identified the need for improvements in data completeness, address accuracy, boundary alignment, formal quality assurance and change management workflows, and interagency collaboration, staff training, and governance structures. And now therefore be it resolved that County Council directs staff to implement the following actions in response to the assessment's finding and recommendation as follows. Number 1, develop a county NG 911 mitigation plan to guide the phased implementation of required improvements. 2, implement formal quality assurance, quality control, QA/QC tools and policies for address, boundaries, and road network data to ensure integrity and compliance with NG 911 standards, establish formal data sharing agreements with local municipalities, the City of Pembroke, the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan, to support coordinated GIS data management. 4, create an interdepartmental NG 911 working group consisting of representatives from GIS, planning, public works, emergency services, and information technology. And 5, recognize Next Generation 911 as a corporate strategy priority to ensure appropriate staffing, training, and financial resources are allocated to support full readiness by the 2027 deadline.
Thank you. Hearing the recommendation, do we have a mover? McNabb Brayside, second by Head Claire Mariah. Background, please.
Thank you again, Chair. So a lengthy presentation was provided to us, to staff, and then provided to you through the attachment on pages 64 to 124. A number of slides. And yes, when you reviewed the slides, it's a little technical in nature, but we wanted to bring this to your attention just to show what has happened in the past, how the County of Renfrew is the leader in GIS and is the leader in the 911 civic addressing for local municipalities and our partners. And what would it take to move forward to make sure we do have the readiness for the Next Generation 911 functionality? If you recall, the Next Generation 911, what they're hoping for is to have address points for every structure, every driveway, for lat-long information, and not to get too technical. But this is what we need to do to help ensure that when the Next Generation 911 is implemented by all the call centers, we have the structure, the data, the GIS staffing in place to make this happen. Maybe I'll leave it at that, Chair, and ask for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, concerns, discussion items from council? Deep River, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I look at the recommendation, there's a reference to emergency services. Within that definition, does that include fire departments? And the reason I ask, because there can be a really big disconnect there, because the county doesn't operate fire services, right? Fire protection. But there would be a significant value to the lower tier municipalities if fire service was included in the system.
Thank you. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair. And through the collaboration and the discussion through Esri, the contract we had with Esri, we contacted every municipality for input, including the fire department. So they have been engaged. They will be engaged as part and parcel of the umbrella emergency services.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns, discussion items? Laurentian Valley.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I guess my question is to ask for a little bit further explanation as to how this actually works for and with the municipalities, because the municipalities, they do put out the 911 signs, et cetera, et cetera. So how does this relate down through to the municipalities?
Mr. Davis?
Through you, Chair. So it's a bit of a process. So the municipalities are the authority to issue 911 signs, street names, and things like that. The County of Renfrew is the holder of all county GIS. So when the municipality wants to do a new road name, it gets verified through the County of Renfrew to make sure there's no duplicates, et cetera, et cetera. But then once it's implemented by the local municipality, we then incorporate that into our database. So we look after not just your municipality's 911 system in the GIS world, the mapping world, we look after it for all of Renfrew County. And so there's always a constant correspondence between your municipal staff and the GIS to make sure everything's working well. You do have a policy and procedure for road naming and civic addressing. And then once you do your formal process, it comes to us. And then part of our process, say for example, there's a new road in your municipality, we, the County of Renfrew, then spreads that out to all the different agencies for the 911 system, Bell Canada, et cetera, to make sure everyone knows what's going on in Renfrew County. Hopefully that kind of answered your question.
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns, discussions? Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair. Through
Neil,
you.
I'll get to you after, sorry.
Just a question about, I know we've had a lot of discussions around the fire service call system, and I know many municipalities have that system within the county structure. Other municipalities have gone outside to other, like Brockville and other places. And I understand that these are two separate entities, but is there not a way, and maybe there isn't, but that all of this can be combined into one entity so that we don't have this 911 GIS system and a separate fire emergency services call system?
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, and through you. Interesting question. We do feed, just for information, so as we maintain the GIS and have their new roads and things like that, things have changed on the 911 currently. We do supply the new call centers for fire dispatch. So there is, even though there's not one umbrella, for us, it doesn't make a difference what we do in the sense of for GIS and 911, how we spread that information out to different organizations like the fire dispatch that's, I guess, always evolving within Renfrew County.
Thank you. Mayor Nicholson from Whitewater, just waiting for you to sit down. There you are. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed in the resolution, it asks for an agreement or speaks to an agreement with Pembroke and Pequawtagons. I'm just wondering if, I'm referring back to looking at previous GIS mappings of when you try to look at Pembroke, you can't get the details for Pembroke because they're not part of the county. If they don't agree to want to share the information, what kind of obstacles does that put in place for emergency response or all this beautiful 911 information if they don't wish to participate? How does an emergency vehicle serve these other locations?
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, and through you. An excellent question. What Councillor Nicholson is referring to, so we do not have property parcels or personal information, MPAC data for the city of Pembroke. They are a separated city. We have information of property parcels, GIS layer for property parcels for the rest of Renfrew County. 911 civic addressing is different. So we work, even though they're a separated city, they work with us and we work with them with the 911 civic addressing. So it is seamless for municipalities and the Algonquins and Pequawtagons, and we continue to do so. I've never really contemplated why they'd not provide us with information, and I can't see that being on the radar for staff.
Thank you. Getting the thumbs up from Mayor Nicholson, so no supplemental? Okay. Is there any other further questions, discussion items? No? Does anybody need the resolution oh, sorry, Mr. Davis. We've heard the background on the resolution. All in favor? Opposed? That's so carried. Thank you. Now move on to Janitorial contract, 9 International Drive, Pembroke. Mr. Davis, recommendation, please.
Thank you, Chair. And so bylaw, item number 2 in your committee package, recommendation that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council pass a bylaw to enter into an agreement between the County of Renfrew and GDI Integrated Facility Services, Ottawa, Ontario, for the provisions of janitorial service for the County Administration Building at 9 International Drive, Pembroke, Ontario, in the amount of $262,288 plus applicable taxes for a 3-year period effective December 1st, 2025 to November 30th, 2028.
Thank you. Do we have a mover? Laurentian Valley, second by Arnprior. Give back around, please.
Thank you, Chair. So our existing janitorial contract has expired or will expire, and we did a typical request for tenders for this contract. And as you see in the background information, we had 9 applicants or 9 submissions for this contract, very competitive. As you can see, we're recommending that we go with the third lowest of the contract, mostly to do with it's a known entity. GDI Integrated Facilities is currently doing the work at 450 O'Brien, and so we have a known entity, and that's why we're recommending to go with this firm to move forward for the 3-year term. And of note, it's actually a lower cost than the last 3 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns, discussion items from Council? Councillor for Madmaston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just through you to Mr. Davis, in the rationale for going with the third lowest tender, but we are in all ways compliant with our procurement bylaw.
Mr. Davis?
Through you, Chair, yes, we are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns, discussion items? We've heard the recommendation and the background. All in favor? Opposed? So carried. Thank you. Move on to janitorial contract approval, 450 O'Brien Road, Renfrew. Recommendation, please, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 3 on the item in the package, again, similar to the contract here at Renfrew County. We are looking at a recommendation that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council pass a bylaw to enter into an agreement between County of Renfrew and GDI Integrated Facilities Services, Ottawa, Ontario, for the provisions of janitorial service for Renfrew County Place, 450 O'Brien Road, Renfrew, Ontario, in the amount of $181.03 plus applicable taxes for a 3-year period effective December 1st, 2025 to November 30th, 2028.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover, please? The town of Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards. And McNabb Brayside for second. Thank you. Background, please.
Similar to the background here at this building, we had a number of applicants or a number of submissions, very competitive as you see, and we're recommending to go with the second lowest bid, the second lowest bid with the GDI Integrated Facilities Management Group. Again, they're currently using or being utilized at this site to move forward, so that's basis on why we're picking this organization.
Thank you. You've heard the background. Any questions, comments, concerns? There are none seen. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We will now move on to official plan amendment, OP number 48. Recommendation, please, Mr. Davis.
The Development and Property Committee recommend that County Council adopt a bylaw to approve the modified official plan amendment number 48, OPA 48.
Thank you. Do we have a mover? McNabb Brayside, second by Head Claire Mariah. Thank you. Background, please, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. A very long-standing, project for the County of Renfrew and Bonnechere Valley. In the background, the Township of Bonnechere Valley submitted an application to amend official plan to allow storage and occupation of recreational vehicles in the area around Lake Clear. Following the public meeting held at the Eagle's Nest in Eganville, the Township requested that the county approve the official plan amendment with the modifications. And attached in the background information, if you have a chance to read it, original requested official plan amendment, modified requested official plan amendment, staff report including public comments, and the draft bylaw. Options for this committee, and you see there number 4, there's 4 of them, but just to cut to the chase, staff is recommending number 4 to approve the modified submission as submitted by Bonnechere Valley. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns? McNabb Brayside, please.
I understand that Lake Clear is quite lovely. And on the planning report, the staff planning report, it is noted as being in the township of McNabb-Braeside. So while we would appreciate it, I think Bonachère might have something to say about that.
So you're not planning on taking over any land? Just to be
Well, if they
clear.
want to give it to us.
Okay, that's probably not going to happen.
I felt like there was an expropriation in the works there, but I have let Bruce know so it can be fixed for our county council
Okay.
meeting.
Is there any other questions, comments? Councillor from Admaston Bromley.
Thank you. Just to verify, so that is clerical and will not impact ultimately what we are going to consider today.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's
Yes, that is just a clerical correction.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, it does say that the applicant is the Township of Bonachère Valley. It just incorrectly reflects that Lake Clear is in McNabb-Braeside.
Thank you. Any councillor from Admaston Bromley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This has been a long time, a long journey for Bonachère Valley. What I actually wanted to say, though, that I noticed at our Corporate Services Committee meeting 2 weeks past in the Service Awards, that Ms. McVean is in fact retiring from the County of Renfrew. So I wanted to, at the end of an incredibly long journey, that this is being tied, hopefully, while before this will be the box that she can check before she departs the building. Very pleased at that. So please do, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Howarth, do please pass that on to Ms. McVean. Congratulations on a bit of an odyssey with respect to this.
Thank you. Mr. Howarth, I assume you will pass on those? Thank you. I'm getting the thumbs up. Is there any other questions, comments, concerns, discussion items in regard to this? Hearing the recommendation in the background, all in favor? Opposed? So carried. Thank you. Now, recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Do we have a mover? Town of Petawawa and Laurentian Hills. Any discussions? There are none seen. All in favor? Opposed? So carried. Thank you. Do we have any other discussion items at this time? No? Okay. Do we have any deferred reports? There are none, Mr. Davis? Correct. Any verbal reports? No, at this time, I'd like to move into closed session, my apologies. Recommendation that pursuant to section 239, bracket 2 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Development and Property Committee move into a closed session for the following reasons. A, the security and property of the municipality or local board. And, as I turn the page, okay, so that's, I assume that's just a typo. I have A and then I go to C. There's no B. AC. Okay, that's correct because that doesn't apply. My apologies. And the proposed and pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, Heart Hub at 330 Boundary Road. Verbal updates, Miramichi Lodge. And the time right now is 1:05 p.m. Do I have a mover? Bonachère Valley, second by McNabb-Braeside. And all in favor to move into closed. That is unanimous. So carried. We'll move into closed. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. Recommendation that the Development Property Committee resume open at, if my watch, 2:02 p.m. We have a mover?
No, we don't need to worry about that.
Horton, and second, Laurentian Valley, all in favor?
I'm sorry I missed that. What were we moving?
We don't need to move anything.
No, we did that. My apologies. Thank you.
No problem.
Matters arising from close? Nope. Direction given to staff. My apologies for rising from open. And we have new business today, or Nemo?
Yes, I would like to propose that we suspend the rules at this point and move this directly to council. The recommendation is that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council support the proposed Golden Lake Power LP biomass cogenerative project through advocacy and staff time where required, and that the warden be directed to submit a letter of support to the Ministry of Energy and Mines, Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Independent Electricity Systems Operator, commonly known as IESO, and copy to MPP Billy Deneau, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, and MP Cheryl Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke, and any other appropriate provincial, federal, or municipal governments in recognition of the project's economic, environmental, and regional significance to the County of Renfrew.
Thank you. Do we need, we need to suspend first the rules?
So moved.
So moved. Second by Bonnechere Valley. All in favor to suspend? Opposed? So carried.
And then I would place that motion that I read on the table and ask for a seconder.
Seconder. Town of Killu Haggerty Richards. All in favor? Opposed? That is so carried. Thank you. Is there any other new business?
Yes, Chair, if I could.
Go ahead, Councillor from Whitewater.
Recently, the provincial government has announced, and I believe it brought into legislation already this week, one project, one process legislation specific to mining operations. Given DMP has been working on 2 potential mine sites within the County of Renfrew, one in Whitewater and I believe the other in Headclare and Mariah. And also because we've seen NOMA already endorse this legislation, I would like to ask if the committee would give staff direction to prepare a resolution for endorsement for County Council of this legislation.
Thank you. Do we have a mover for that? Oh, he's moved it. Sorry. Do we have a seconder? Seconder is Horton? Okay. So I didn't know whether that was good or not. Any discussion? Councillor Warden?
I've seen the NOMA motion, and was trying to find it. I also spoke to Rick Dumas, who is the chair of NOMA, on Saturday when we were in Toronto together, and they have quite a lead on us, but it's an important piece of legislation, they feel, and they would like as many people as possible to support it. And I think once staff bring back a report, council will feel comfortable with it.
Thank you. Any other further comments? There are none seen. After hearing the recommendation, all in favor? Opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. So carried. Do we have any other new business? There's none seen at this time. We'll move on to Section 15, adjournment. Recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, November 26th, and it is currently 2:06 p.m. Do we have a mover? Laurentian Valley, second by Laurentian Hills. We'll have the Laurentian party there. Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.